Cikas, urkacikis. Tere, bro.
Avocadini antilopini. Chimpanzini bananini.
there's uh,
Dude, where is everybody?
he's selecting a preset. Hold on. Give him time.
Sour, bro.
Meet the Shark Power Detect. It automatically reacts to your home, optimizing performance on any floor type. Shark Power Detect, the answer to all your cleaning problems.
There have been a ton of videos about Fortnite dying from a lot of different Fortnite content creators, myself included. I know it might seem like the end, but today I wanted to share what we have to look forward to for the rest of Chapter 6 and pretty much the rest of the year going into Chapter 7. First, we have to talk about the Delulu LTM. Both weekends have passed, and honestly, I have seen so many great and viral clips from this mode. People seem to be having a ton of fun on it, and while this mode was available, the player count was pretty healthy on this mode. Probably one of the most successful LTMs we've had in the past few years, which is saying something. Epic was on point with the moderation, banning people who were being very toxic or using very, very bad words. And on top of that, Epic made some changes based on feedback so that the entire squad could win and get the umbrella. The question is, are they going to make this mode a permanent mode based off of the player feedback, or could we expect this mode to just come on the weekend so we have something to look forward to when it's Friday? Speaking of LTMs, Epic is also working on a new mode called Play as a Villain, and we don't have a lot of information about this mode yet, but it looks like you're gonna be able to get some special boss abilities in this mode. So maybe being able to transform into a big final boss and the entire lobby either has to work together to take you out or betray each other while you take them out themselves. It's also recently shown that bosses like the Ice King could be making a comeback in this mode, so maybe you'll be able to play as the Ice King or some of the iconic bosses and villains from Fortnite's history. That does seem like a really cool idea, and I know people have been having fun with like the Megazord and Godzilla transformations, so this would be a mode dedicated to being able to transform into different villains and bosses throughout Fortnite. There's also been some leaks about the Imposter mode, which is Fortnite's take on Among Us potentially returning. I know that kind of randomly got removed a couple of years ago, but yeah, there was a Q&A recently about imposters, so maybe it'll make a comeback. Now, besides LTMs, there are also entire games that are getting ready to be ported into Fortnite, like Rocket League and Fall Guys. And I know they're not as popular as they were in their peak, but being able to hop into Rocket League or Fall Guys directly from Fortnite might bring some new players onto those games, but I'm not sure how the players of those games feel about being integrated into Fortnite. I've seen some people kind of complain about that because it kind of loses some of its identity, but if Fortnite does a decent job of the integration, it actually could funnel a lot of players into these games and give them some life. Now let's talk about the metaverse modes that Epic initially came out with in Chapter 5. Of course, we have Fortnite Festival and Rocket Racing. Both of those modes are not doing that great, to be honest, and I'm not sure about the updates around them. But I know for Lego, they have a big update to look forward to in November because Ninjago is coming in November, which is huge news. There's a lot of people that are hyped for that. We saw that Lego was showcasing Ninjago with Lego Fortnite sets in Denmark, and there was a display with a message saying, "Guess what's going on?" We haven't gotten much more information beyond that, but we probably will find out very soon. Epic's also making a lot of changes to the casual mode. Apparently there's a photo mode that's coming sometime this season. You're also gonna be able to change your character's facial expressions character lighting and rim lighting, camera and lens effects, and it's going to have high-res image in your Fortnite folder so you can take pictures and share them on socials. There's also been a huge leak about the Disney mode that is coming to Fortnite. You guys know they announced this like over a year ago, but apparently it's going to be similar to Disney Infinity, which sounds interesting. If you aren't familiar with Disney Infinity, you could do different story missions themed after different Disney movies, or you could play more of a sandbox type mode where you create your own environment and game. It had a lot of positive reviews and people really loved it, so seeing that potentially brought into Fortnite in a unique way sounds hype. And of course, going into 2026, Fortnite is working on Ranked 2.0. Let's be real. Ranked mode is kind of dead in Fortnite unless we're talking about Reload Ranked. The Ranked Battle Royale modes and Zero Build modes are very, very much dead. It's very hard to find matches, and a lot of people are not playing Ranked anymore. So they have to rehaul the whole system. We know they announced this at the FNCS Globals, but we don't really know too many of the details because they didn't really give us any, but it just needs to be drastic because right now it's just not working. What is working though is Epic's communication. They have been a lot more transparent and giving us a lot more info about what's coming to Fortnite and listening to feedback. I mean, the changes they made from week 1 of Delulu to week 2 is enough to show that they're actually listening and implementing changes quick enough for players to care. Now, I'm sure by now you guys know that we're getting something of a Simpsons season in November. November seems to be the month where Epic gets to experiment for just 1 month and do something different. However, this year they also had 1 month of just the Star Wars season. So the flow of things is a little bit different this year compared to the past 2 years where we had OG Fortnite Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. A lot of people are excited about it. I'll be honest, I'm not that excited about a Simpsons season. I didn't really watch The Simpsons. I know it's huge. I know it's popular. And even if it's an IP that I'm not familiar with, if the gameplay is fun, I'm all for it. So far, there have been 5 confirmed bosses and NPCs that'll be around the map, but there's not a lot of clues about what bosses or NPCs we're going to be getting. So I'm kind of speculating a little bit here, but it could be something similar to Chapter 2 Remix, where it's Simpsons theme, but they include some fun collab or remix elements from other chapters into it. The reason I bring this up is that we've seen leaks of another Snoop Dogg collab, and he mentioned that he's getting ready to perform in Fortnite soon. So another type of concert that he's going to be involved in. But that's not all. Doja Cat herself said she has a skin coming. And the last time we saw multiple artists get a skin was during the Chapter 2 Remix season. If Epic puts as much detail into this mini season as they did with the Chapter 2 Remix, I think it will be a nice break from Chapter 6 and getting us ready as we head into Chapter 7. But we will have to see. Some people are very skeptical after the Star Wars season was, in my opinion, a flop. Let's talk about upcoming collaborations because this Fortnitemares is probably going to be one of the most stacked Fortnitemares ever. First of all, K-pop Demon Hunters. It's one of the most popular, if not the most popular Netflix original movie ever. Listen, I'm not a K-pop fan, but I watched this movie and it was actually a really good movie. Very well animated and the songs were very, very catchy. I recommend you watch it because you're going to see these girls running around Fortnite very, very soon. During the Fortnitemares event, they will be skins that are purchasable. But that's not all. Leakers are saying there's going to be Doja Cat, Scooby-Doo, Repo, Ghostface, Jason, Terrifier, Poppy Playtime, Black Phone, which is from a movie that came out a couple of years ago. There's also some remixed skins as well as all these original Fortnitemare skins that are also remixes and some of them are new. This is a very, very stacked lineup. Some people are concerned that this might be the last Fortnitemares ever with how many different collabs they have lined up. I don't think that's the case. I think people might be overreacting, but it is very, very stacked and these are all still leaks. So you got to take it with a grain of salt. We might not get all of these collaborations, but if we do, that would be sick. And I think we can expect companions to be coming in Chapter 7. These have been leaked for a while. These are pets that will follow you around during combat, but only you and your teammate will be able to see them, so they're not going to give your location away. We've seen some leaks of some of the pets that they're adding, and they do look cool. It's just an extra cosmetic, and I'm sure Fortnite is looking for more ways to monetize and sell you different things, of course. It is a part of their business after all, but I do like the idea of buying pets. I think I'm all for that, as long as they are animated well and don't cause any unnecessary performance issues when you're using them. And then, of course, Epic is still working on their thin client. They've actually actually rolled out a version of it on mobile where they've reduced the download size of Fortnite from 80 gigabytes down to 16 gigabytes, which is a massive reduction, but there's still more room for improvement. Because right now, if you download Roblox on your phone, it's only 450 megabytes. So the Fortnite version is still 32 times larger, which is going to take a lot longer, which means it's harder for people to download Fortnite and get into Fortnite. But I think once they get the thin client down, we're going to see a lot more people willing to try Fortnite because it's a lot quicker and a lot smoother. I showed this before on stream, but guys, it takes like literally 6 or 7 seconds to load into a Roblox game from just opening the launcher and loading into the first game you see. I'm telling you, you can get in there so fast. Fortnite takes so much longer. They need to up their speed to grow the player count. It is crucial. Now, regarding Chapter 7, we know it's going to be coming sometime in December, but we haven't had too many leaks about Chapter 7, which is kind of surprising because previous chapters have been leaked months in advance. This one seems to be like some sort of gala theme for Season 1. This is based off of some of the skin surveys that we've recently got. There might be a Norse/Nordic theme dropping later in the chapter, and we might see some more concerts in Chapter 7. I'm hyped. Hopefully, Fortnite makes some massive changes and they change the flow, especially of the core battle royale mode, which I think really needs some love and change to keep it alive and to give it a refresh. So with all that being said, there's still a lot to look forward to. Fortnite always goes crazy at the end of the year. I'm expecting a big November and an even bigger December as we go into Chapter 7. Let me know what you guys think. I think there's still hope for things to turn around. It can't get much worse than this, and I hope I'm not proven wrong on that. Thank you guys so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Imagine a sofa designed to give you so much comfort, it always makes you feel at home. Imagine unwinding on the relaxing Pavirana recliner, an amazing 1299. Hurry, offer ends tomorrow at SCS.
Having Uplearn, go through all the videos visually was really helpful, and
It's just a little combo.
Weetabix class.
Holiday. Key store cults. Today we're in Aberdeen at Key Store Cults, and here's 6 things you need to know about this amazing local store. Number 1 is the amazing local produce. We'll get berries.
What, Key Store? Come on, Key Store's banging.
Pastry.
Easy FM. Uh, Russian man. Is that you, we mean like? Is that you, we mean like squish now? Oh my god, it's the milk snore. Yeah, get him in here, Archibald. Go on.
own project Era, guys.
I'm making an Era tutorial. Should be coming out in a few days or week or something like that.
Every leaker is posting Chapter 2 coming back, but that's actually bad. Epic already... Every leaker is posting Chapter 2 coming back, but that's actually bad. Epic already ruined the OG mode. It doesn't feel like 2018 at all, and was just a massive marketing push to make money. But Chapter 2 is actually still playable, and I'm not talking about Season 3 on Apple devices. Retrack uses the exact files from Chapter 2 Season 4, so the nostalgia feels real. Whether you want to rush casual pubs or stack Chapter 2 endgames, you can on Retrack. Every leaker is posting Chapter 2 coming back, but that's actually bad. Epic already ruined the
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is
3 hours. 3 hours of Fortnite facts. At the dog pound, you could find Snoop's boss chair. However, this used to be where Midas sat at the end of the table. To pay tribute to the man who came before him, there's a small red button on the desk. If you hit it, a clever callback to the iconic Spy Season theme from 4 years ago. Right next to Snoop's chair, you'll find another custom design. This time it says 999 on it, a beautiful tribute to Juice WRLD. It was his favorite number and even had it tattooed on his body. Not to mention, this chair is actually the only one in the room that is indestructible. One of the craziest plot twists has been the release of Cruella de Vil, and fans have been wondering why she looks so different. Well, she doesn't have a spotted coat. Instead, it's striped for an R-rated reason. Remember Oscar, the tiger from Season 1? A lot of people were wondering what happened to him after the society was defeated, and well, it looks like Cruella turned him into her new coat. You don't want to get on her bad side, and the same goes for Ice Spice. When you talk to her NPC, there's a chance she'll want to hug you. If you deny her, she says, "Oh, it's like that?" and you're gonna regret that. Maybe she wants to high-five you instead. Well, don't leave her hanging, otherwise she'll take it personally. Wow, I know you didn't just deny me. And Ice Spice isn't the only difference with this Chapter 2 alternate reality. For the first time ever, Fortnite has secretly changed helipads. Now, instead of the classic H logo, the Sharks helipad has been given a butterfly symbol instead. An extremely popular icon series in 2024 was Shaquille O'Neal, and his set was jam-packed full of secret references. The shimmy emote seems pretty basic at first, but when you look closely, it's actually a recreation of Shaq's iconic GIF. Something similar happened in the Marvel Battle Pass. On Wolverine's page, you can unlock an emoticon that might be the only time people will ever use these things. That's because it's a reference to the classic Wolverine picture from the X-Men show, except he's fondly remembering a banana, of course. In that same season, you could find the weirdest Easter egg in the map. Underneath Doomstat, players discovered a secret room belonging to the world's biggest Iron Man fan. They were obsessed with Tony Stark, from cardboard cutouts of him to posters and memorabilia. I'm really hoping this is a teenager, because if not, it's a little worrying. In fact, they are probably an adult, because if you look at their old school TV, it is secretly showing Marvel vs. Capcom. Pretty old game by now. I like to think one of the Epic employees loved this game so much, they designed a whole Easter egg room just to include it, but then you realize they designed an entire boss around it. While Doombot was defending his castle, you could fight him for some loot, but he would pull out some goofy looking moves. Gotta admit, when we all started fighting Doombot, I don't think anyone expected to be on the receiving end of a foot dive. But this is a real thing Doom has done before. It's taken straight from Marvel vs. Capcom 3, so clearly Epic adores this franchise. And they also seem to love The Nightmare Before Christmas. When this collab dropped, everyone was in love with it, so they brought it back for a part 2 with Sally and the Pumpkin King. Except when playing as the Pumpkin King at nighttime, it unlocks an amazing detail, intended or not. If you look at a wall, the light from his pumpkin will shine through the cutouts and create a face on the wall. It only happens because Fortnite's lighting is so realistic. In fact, it was probably a total accident, and you could even see it while aiming down your sights. Sally has an incredible secret too. To the average player, you look at her back bling and realize, well, it's just a frog in a cauldron. Pretty quirky, but nothing too crazy. Well, for anyone who truly loves the film, you'll recognize that this moment is taken from a 10-second clip in the movie. Back in the remix season, the most talked about addition has to be lowriders. Everyone loves them. Not because they're fast or get you out of the storm in an emergency, we don't really care about that. It's because they're just so fun. In fact, the game encourages you to drive slow. Stay under 20 miles an hour, turn on the radio, and the car will dance for you. Did you know that Fortnite Remix has a Kobe Bryant Easter egg? That's right, over in Snoop's set, this Music Pass skin is the iconic rapper from 1993. It was the year his debut album dropped, and LBC stands for Long Beach, California, where he grew up. The real secret is when you look at his jersey, and it's got the same colors as the LA Lakers, and when you equip the padded style, you can see the number 24, famously worn by Kobe Bryant. Respect to Snoop for paying tribute to him. Heading back to Castle Doom, you could find a ridiculous amount of secrets, like this random horn in a glass case. Most people would shrug this off as a plain old castle decoration, but this actually belongs to Namor, the anti-hero who most recently appeared in Black Panther 2. Now, it's not a simple nod to the character. It goes even further with a hilarious joke. This being in Castle Doom is an amazing reference to a comic panel. In it, Doom is told not to toot Namor's horn, but of course, Dr. Doom toots as he pleases. It was even an achievement in the previous Marvel season if you used the Battle Call emote as Doom. Fun facts get even more hilarious though, like when Rubius was added to the Icon series. He's the latest YouTuber to join, but he might be the first one to notice something about themselves because of a Fortnite skin. I guess Epic made it too realistic.
Juan, claro, también, tío. ¿Eh? Me acabo de dar cuenta de que tengo el mismo. ¿Desde cuándo tengo esto? Que me han hecho un lunar que ni siquiera yo sabía que existía. ¡Ah!
Moving back to Snoop Dogg, he probably has one of the most random Easter eggs in years. It's been a long time since we got to see characters like the Seven, and yet they're right here in the doghouse. Well, Snoop displays his records everywhere, but when you get close enough, you can see their artwork. Not only does the cover show Columbo staring right at you, but the other one shows the Visitor. Yeah, this is technically the first appearance of the Seven in years. Although we have seen Columbo lately, just not in VR. They're in the LEGO mode now, both in brick form and the regular design. So left players wondering what happens if you bring the LEGO version to the VR one. Well, let's just say it might be the most adorable Easter egg in Fortnite history. Someone else with a different return is Midas, who has been transformed into Meowtis for Remix, and fans have been complaining that it's totally missing the golden touch. Well, I investigated, and that's not exactly true. Turns out Meowtis secretly has a new version of the power. When you pick an item up, it'll turn into this weird gray color, but as you get a limbs with it, it'll slowly transform gold. This is actually Meowtis' wrap that gets applied, and it stays on the gun once you drop it. The first time Epic has ever changed the golden touch like this. Nice. So earlier I just mentioned how Shaq's emote was an amazing secret, but it's not the only hilarious meme to be referenced. Turns out his other dance is just as funny. You catch it? It's a recreation of the viral clip where Shaq is DJing. But if you go into the edit styles and take off his hat, even Shaq's headphones are worn the same way he does in the clip. You have to admire the dedication. Now, I ask you to draw your attention over to one of Remix's nostalgic POIs, 30 Docks. Let me tell you, Epic messed up. While updating the map, it looks like one of the developers accidentally changed the landscape again. Happened last season where a random hill appeared out of nowhere, leading fans to nickname it Hillbird. Well, fans have already jumped on this new mistake, calling it Holbird. As for the Battle Pass skins in Remix, you've probably seen Undercover Sky. If you ignore the outfit and take a look at her pickaxe, it is way more popular. This is the epic Blade of Floof. And instead of merging together the Sky and Guff axes, they literally tape them together. Talk about a DIY mashup. It's not the only cosmetic to receive the mix-up treatment. Once you unlock Meowtis' emote, it is gonna look super familiar. Yeah, this is the perfect crossover between the Pandemonium Walk from Chapter 2 and Meows's classic pawing dance. It's not the only surprising mashup. In the Marvel season, we got Ghost Rider, which became a total meme in itself. Looking past that, most people assume this was based on Johnny Blaze, you know, the most popular version. Except looking at his suit, Durburger is actually wearing Robbie Reyes' costume. Personally, I love the amazing joke during the Marvel season announcement. Obviously, everyone memes the MCU for having non-stop post-credit scenes, so when Fortnite dropped their Season 4 blog post, they had to capitalize on the joke. While reading what's new in Season 4, you'll reach the end and see a huge gap, but keep scrolling and there's a post-credit scene in the blog just to talk about Reload. Moving forward to the Remix map, we finally got to break into classic vaults again, except some of them were hiding pretty random secrets. After taking out Dynamo TNT at the rig, you could grab her keycard and access the vault. Not only did you get a ton of loot, but pay attention to the golden artifacts in the corner. Hidden away on the shelf is a Fall Guys bead. Where did she get this? One of the best updates was Fortnitemares 2024, where we are all shocked by the reveal of Billy the Puppet. We finally had Saw in Fortnite, and this collab was full of secrets, like when you equip the TV back bling, because every time you got an elimination, Billy loves it. Since you're playing as him, you can hardly notice that every kill makes his eyes glow. And if you visited Jigsaw's trap in Freaky Fields, he said the iconic line.
Hello. Do you want to play a game?
Personally, I love the Easter egg in the aforementioned Lego Combo update because, well, Epic described the Tomato Head cult with a reference to the biggest parody song in Fortnite history. Maybe they arrived after Tomato Town was wiped out, or maybe they've been here before Tomato Town was even a thing. So I guess this song is part of canon now.
Just wiped out Tomato Town.
But if you pay attention to leaks, you'll know that fans have been waiting for the Light It Up emote for months. It was one of those unreleased cosmetics that we never thought would happen, except when it finally dropped, we realized it had a different meaning all along. Yeah, this Rift Butterfly was circling the lamp just like a moth, but this released on the day of Remix because Epic were actually teasing how the Rift would take us to another reality. How cool is that? Not the only insane little detail hiding. Everyone knows there's pets in the game, but my favorite of all is Mary Munchkin, who has a tiny chance to dab when you get an elim, or even smoke a candy cane. Still not as cool as John Wick, who got a new style 4 years later. It's based off the 4th movie with a full black outfit, but did you realize he's missing a finger? A nice tribute to the films. There's also insane detail at Chapter 5's train stations. Because each area of the map is set in different regions of Europe, the announcements are in real languages like French, German, and even Greek. And if you've been using cluster clingers and wondered what makes them so powerful, it's because they're actual grenades. They're almost identical to the ones we all know, except for the big red button on top. They're shrunk down and strapped to the plunger. And if you've been using Peter Griffin's set recently, fans of the show will recognize the origin of his pickaxe. He used to sell them at the ballpark, and we all know what it's for.
Butt scratcher! Butt scratcher! Get your butt scratcher here!
But if you head over to Reckless Railways to explore, one piece of graffiti shows the cubes. This isn't a normal spray in the game, so either Epic is teasing something, or it's just a nod to the past. If you're playing Chapter 5 and trying to find a skin in your locker, you might be wondering why Peely looks like this. Well, that's because he went missing this season. It's even updated the locker to be a missing poster of him. Most contrails are usually pretty normal, but some of them go the extra mile. Equip the Sky Scratch Dive, and because it's Oscars, you'll be able to spot tiger eyes glaring at you through the shadows. The Creeping Cardboard also got updated for Chapter 5, and now it's a gray box for oranges. Maybe you're confused why? Well, it is actually taken directly from Metal Gear Solid for Snake's arrival to the game. One of the coolest parts of the season is the underground hideouts. Not only are they stacked with loot, but pay attention to the whiteboards here. As each boss around the map gets eliminated, they're crossed out with a red X. If you'd rather chill out on Fortnite Festival, have you heard about the secret stage? There's one hidden on the beach under the pier, and another where you'll have to do parkour all the way to the roof of Megaplex. Sometimes Epic puts attention into the tiniest things, like which side of the road to drive on. For 6 years, the signs around the map have indicated that people drive on the right-hand side. But when they added Mega City from Japan, they made sure the cars drove on the left. But one of the least used marble skins has an insane secret. Zoom into MJ's outfit and you'll spot this Black Dahlia necklace, the same one Peter gives to her in the movie, and it's even broken to replicate it. When the Full Tilt emote released, we all knew it was a reference to Naruto, but if your language is set to Spanish, it's actually called Running. Yeah, it couldn't be more obvious. Unlike another emote which hides the entire map. Reality Master was released for the end of Chapter 3, showing the island in the bubble, but if you zoom in, you can see they actually detailed both sides of the map, with Chapter 2 still corrupted from the cubes. And if you paid close attention during the Fracture event, you might have spotted the most OG detail in the entire game. As Paradigm flies through space, you can spot some players running along Cuddle Team Leader's head, a great homage to Fortnite's original logo.
Get all of Sky Sports, including 215 live Premier League matches. And the top entertainment from Sky and Netflix.
You're in my world now.
Our lowest price of £35 a month is back.
Even getting a phone call in Fortnite has more detail than you'd imagine. Listen closely to the ringtone in the busy emote. Sound familiar? It's pretty hard to notice, but it's actually the same song from Tidy. One of the shortest lived details is only around for a season. At Faulty Splits, you can find the old bowling scoreboard from the last people that played, but these aren't any ordinary names. They're actually all Fortnite devs that put themselves there as an Easter egg. And for players who paid attention all the way back in 2018, even the shipping containers had a small secret. Normally, they look like this, but just for Fortnite mares, they changed their graffiti to a zombie. Now let's bring our attention to Verity. She's a pretty recent skin, but has a detail that has confused everyone. She has a spy earpiece. It is the same one used used by Midas's crew, and the artist revealed it was specially requested by Donald Mustard, with more details being revealed in the future. Sometimes they like to leave hints to the past, because when we all landed in Chapter 2 for the first time, only 1% of players realized the middle island was in the shape of the OG Chapter 1 map. Some details are brand new, like anytime you equip a DMR, aim down the scope, and your character will actually close their other eye. You'd never even notice this. But did you know it's possible to see Groot in the game over a year before he was even in the Battle Pass? Star-Lord's backbling seems like a standard Guardians jetpack, but look closely and you'll see a mini Groot keychain on it. There's also tiny secrets hidden on weapons. Everyone loved the recon scanner back in Season 7, but I bet you didn't notice the tiny screen that counted the number of players in the area you marked. You also had to notice that Thunder is missing something to understand his secret. It's based off a kaiju like Godzilla, so you'd expect to see a tail, but take a look at his head and you'll find it's been chopped off to use as a pickaxe. A truly hilarious detail could only be found in Retail Row. During the war between the spy factions, they set up undercover stores for ghost flowers and shadow lamps. The only issue is they were neighbors, so they were spying right through the walls, vents, and even in telescopes. You can find even weirder encounters in Chapter 4. One of these random rift spawns was a chicken with Tender Defender looking after him. Well, except these were loot chickens glowing with items, so if you really couldn't resist free loot, killing them would make him cry. Now, there's even some cool Easter eggs on the ATK. This is only the second vehicle to be added, but still featured a dirt burger and tomato head as a mirror accessory, alongside a golf bag full of pickaxes instead of clubs. But there's one detail that most people have never even seen. Cameo is one of the skins in Chapter 2's first Battle Pass, but people always wondered what her reactive feature was. Turns out if you're using the base style and aim down sights, her glasses display will light up. And on their 6th birthday, Fortnite updated something for the first time since release. Usually we all thank the bus driver as you drop into a match, but if you did it during the event, you wished them a happy birthday. If you played the Marvel season, you probably unlocked Jennifer Walters, and when you use her emote to transform into She-Hulk, she actually takes off her glasses. So what's the best part? Well, when you change back, she is still missing them until she puts them back on. So if you cancel it midway, she's stuck without them. Not the only interesting accessory, because Colby is actually a VR player. She has the mask, headphones, and her pickaxes are the controllers. She even equips them from her back bling, which is a console. There's so many secret details with skins that most people didn't realize Piper Pace's hidden meaning. Her base style is obviously Pizza Pit, but Hyperspace is inspired by slurp drinks, and Hazardous is based on Guzzle Juice. And if Tomato Head's Pizza was your favorite, you probably paid respects to the restaurant before it left in Chapter 1. As a rift appeared to take away the iconic statue, Islanders left picket signs around saying their farewells. Omega also says goodbye when he's eliminated. Since he has a bunch of LED lights all over his suit, when he gets taken out, they'll actually turn off. Not the only character who had something taken away. If you dropped at the yacht in Chapter 2, Midas's statue actually had glasses on. Turns out these are planned for him until the last minute when Donald and the team decided to cut them from his character, but I guess they forgot about the statue. At least he was given one of the coolest features in the entire game, the ability to turn any weapon gold. Although some of the old ones have never been tested, and that's why no one knows about the 24-karat Infinity Blade. LeBron James has 3 outfits in the game right now, but if you take a closer look at the Toon Squad and Taco styles, his designs have been replaced with Fortnite references. There's a pickaxe, the cubes, and a battle bus in a rift. Even the words, "we can build it." And if you ever wondered what this code meant on Jonesy's prison outfit, we've actually seen it before. Rewatch the trailer for Chapter 2 Season 5, and you can spot the same number on a door outside his office. Sometimes Epic goes all out on collabs, like Boba Fett's hidden reactivity. Aim down sights with the skin equipped, and you'll see his rangefinder come down and activate, just like in the movies. There's also emotes that have a bunch of details, like Pick Me, which comes with its own school desk. Just like in real life, there's scribbles all over it. A game of tic-tac-toe, a message from Peely, and even someone crushing on Jonesy. By the time Zero Crisis happened, most people had forgotten about Season 5, but Epic actually hid a secret from a previous trailer. When Kratos was introduced, he scared off Mancake in the cinematic, and it took the whole season for them to eventually fight. There's some pretty strange weapons in the game, but a stinkfish has gotta be one of the weirdest. These are actually based on blobfish in real life, and some of the variants look like a clown and whale. If you prefer a drink instead, grab a slurp juice, and you'll find a secret hiding in plain sight. Zoom in real close, and the glass actually has markings saying Le Jar, so I guess it's fancy or something. We've all spotted the references in the Season 7 trailer, from Crackshot's back bling to the ornaments in the tree, but there's even more here that hardly anyone noticed. Like a Rift to Go snow globe, a home is where the fort is framed, and even the fact that the gingerbread are designed after Mary Marauder. Sometimes the design is actually a feature. Relic's back bling had people wondering if the map worked. Well, good news, the signal tracer arrow actually reacts to the direction you're turning towards. Even lobby poses have a hidden reference now. You're probably familiar with Agent Jones's iconic stance with his fists together, but this is actually taken from OG Jonesy's featured image in Chapter 1. When the island flooded in Chapter 2, Ocean knocks out Brutus in the trailer and takes his helmet, which she then keeps as an edit style for her own skin. But one place you don't want to look is in Tilted's toilets. Inside the cubicles, you can find a reference to the husks from Save the World on the wipe dispenser. Well, clearly someone isn't using it. Look at this mess. Yuck. If you want to clean your eyes after that, turn your attention over to some art instead. The Starry Night glider is meant to be a stolen painting, but it's actually based off a real piece by Vincent van Gogh. Only this time, it's Tilted Towers. Still not the coolest real-life item in the game, because Cade's outfit features a retro gaming controller. The gauntlet on his left hand is inspired by the old Nintendo Power Glove. There's countless references and designs taken from the real world, and the same goes for the Nitro Fang. It's a mashup of an old Ford Mustang and AMC Javelin to form Fortnite's own getaway car. Epic got the Terminator collab spot on, replicating Sarah Connor directly, even her knife is on the belt. So when you equip the pickaxe, it actually takes it from the sheath. One of the tiniest landmarks was so loved by the community, it once got its own update. Chapter 2 added greens, a set of bushes as an angry face. So when reality waves hit, turning the place primal, they changed to rocks with a new name, Grumpy Gravel. Speaking of being turned to stone, Lyra is a modern day version of Medusa, and her sweater looks like she had a run-in with Agent Jones, turning him to Stonesy. If you want more evidence, just look at the back bling. And did you know there was a secret magazine in-game? Deadpool's trailer revealed to us that Fortnite has its own version of Vogue, and Agent Peely actually won Banana of the Year. You better keep an eye out for Santa's Reindeer too, because even though Dolph looks friendly, he has got a candy cane gun in his holster. Not gonna lie, I would love to see this become an actual weapon one day. One thing I don't want to see is Meowscles butt naked. A poster in Mega City showed him flexing behind a bush with nothing on. Even his suspenders are gone. The backtracker backbling doesn't give you an advantage with the storm circles, but you do have to appreciate the effort of updating this to the new map every chapter. This even happened during OG. One of the saddest changes to the island happened when Deadpool took over the yacht. Sure, it was a great party and full of Easter eggs, but what happened to Meowscles? He basically got thrown out and given the cardboard box factory instead, and you can even find him crying. But if you're more of a dog person, Wendell is the skin for you. His idle animation really brings him to life by panting, scratching, and just acting like man's best friend. Not the only skin to pay attention to in the item shop, because when Diamond Hands first released, you can see the Fortnite stock market in the background. Look in closely, and you'll see companies like Durburger, Softies, and even Victory Motors. They're all doing pretty well, apart from Kevolution Energy, which has dropped by 999%. But there's a crazy secret with one of the most common skins in the game. If you own Lara Croft and talk to the Aura NPC at Crude Harbor, you'll get a special line of dialogue where she calls you a legend, because she's a treasure hunter too. And some players that were fans of the Eevee skin in Season 3 were disappointed when her wrap didn't make the dual pistols blue and red like the concept art. It was the whole point of her skin even appearing in her back bling. So people logged into the next update, they were surprised to see Epic had fixed it, a great tribute secret that you could only see with dual weapons. You probably realized by now that Epic put so much effort into things people barely even see. When the Foundation was revealed as the Rock, he did the iconic eyebrow raise. It's even his built-in emote. But to make it authentic, Epic had to add additional bones in his model just for his eyebrow. Back in Chapter 1 and 2, you can find sections on the road set up with a speed trap. Go past the speedometer and it would actually track your speed, whether you're walking, running, or even driving a vehicle. Just make sure it isn't the battle bus, because when it crashed in the Fortnitemares trailer all the way back in 2018, that really happened. When everyone jumped in game, you can find the bus and balloon crashed into a field near Lazy Links. And it's even better when Epic pays attention to detail with collabs. When Star Wars returned for another crossover, we were amazed to see Luke, Leia, and Han arrive in the shop, but switch styles between Luke's farmer and Jedi Knight style. Not only does he lose his hand, but he even changes from Anakin's lightsaber to his own one. Not the only Star Wars secret in the game. Equip Obi-Wan, wait in the lobby, and eventually you'll see him do his iconic Jedi mind trick from the movies.
You don't need to see his identification.
One place Epic loves to hide secrets is during live events, and if you pay close attention during the Chapter 2 finale, you could see text on the screen. Dedicated players actually translated it to details about Jones, like his name, offense, and even his penalty being termination. Still not as hidden as Hacksawer's pickaxe detail. Each time you hit an object, the screens will turn red with a warning sign, breaking the coding. That's a lot less damage than Jones was during the Zero Crisis finale. We all saw him fall from the bus and take 99 damage, but this means he then fought Xenomorph, Terminators, and even the Foundation all at one HP. If you own the amazing cube emote, take a closer look at the puzzle. This is no normal Rubik's Cube, but instead of the classic colors, the tiles are painted purple, gold, and blue, like all of the cubes. During the Marvel season, Epic had so many Easter eggs that everyone missed the Berserker Barrage spray, named after Wolverine's power ability in the Marvel vs. Capcom games. Some collabs are hidden behind normal skins. Joy was a community concept that made it into the game, but by surprise, she got a built-in emote playing Doja Cat. Even crazier when you realize this is the only normal outfit to have a built-in Icon series dance. Not the only concept secret though, because Nana Buddy was actually designed by someone in the community before being given out as a crew bonus. The full set was made by Denny and even contained a monkey skin that fans are still hoping to see. But only a handful of players got to see the secret minigame that was only added for 48 hours. During the Black Hole, you can enter the Konami code and play a Pizza Pit version of Space Invaders to pass the time. And if you missed the old map, just equip the Eco skin, which is filled with memories. From Dusty Depot getting hit by the meteor to Loot Lake's destruction, even his legs are the different biomes. It's no surprise creators wanted to add the same level of detail to their own skins, and that's why if you look closely at Cypher's glider, you'll see this bow. It is the same one tied to his microphone, and it's all because his wife gave it to him when they first met. But one of the craziest details on the skin wasn't discovered for almost 4 years. Sash Sargent was released all the way back in Chapter 1, but it wasn't until recently that people noticed every badge on his outfit is a real scout badge. One of the most popular Fortnite Mayor's collabs is Michael Myers, and if you equip his famous knife, it's exactly what you'd expect. But use it on a player and you'll get the iconic slasher sound.
Gumball is getting closer. Even closer. Much closer.
Kato's modern hotels from Chapter 4 also have some great details. If you look at the paintings, you can see things like the cubes, Mega City, and even the Herald. But did you ever notice the special design on Season 7 planes? Cuddle Team Leader is on the side of the Storm Wing, and this is actually a clever throwback to old warplanes in real life. They even have a picture on the dashboard. Sometimes details are a complete accident. Back in the early days, Epic would just retexture an entire skin, which is exactly what happened for ones like Skull Trooper and Rex. But if you look carefully, you begin to notice they're not wearing sleeves, it's skin paint. And some people still don't know how accurate Fortnite is, even with the smallest things. From tiny spaces between objects to little holes in the wall, you could actually shoot through any of them. But you'd have to be an OG to remember the hidden stickers on the battle bus. You can't find them anymore, but he used to have Cuddle Team Leader giving free hugs, signs to keep doors locked, and Greasy Grover bust on the rear bumper. One of the coolest details in Fortnite is the sky though. When the iceberg crashed into the island, Epic added the northern lights with it, which could only be seen at night. They look so cool, they also kept them the following chapter. Sometimes the skin will have a hidden backstory, but no one ever expected it to be Renegade Raider. Yeah, when the new remix version released in Chapter 4, Epic revealed that she's actually her sister. They even got reunited in the loading screen. We're all familiar with the existence of Fortnite China, but most people never got to see some of its craziest changes. Since images of skulls are banned, things like Mystique's skull had to be turned into a ball, Blackheart had no face, and Shadow Brutus looked like Gru. There was also some hidden references that involved Mr. Beast. Everyone was so focused on winning $1 million in his tournament that they missed a plane crash, house drop, and military chase from his famous videos. Speaking of viral clips, one moment by iFrost Origins captured the worst mistake on the Chapter 2 island. So when Epic saw it, they couldn't help themselves and added a gravestone to mark the occasion. Now you can highlight your own success with this competitive back bling. Each season, Epic gives out a new reward to show off your skills, from the Burn Bright emote to now the Red Mask Ranker. It progresses with your rank, and after the end of the season, it will lock in the highest level you reach to flex on other players. Not the only accessory to pay attention to, because in the Ghostbusters collab, there's only a few differences between the male and female outfits. Take a look at the gadgets, and you'll notice the males have old tech from the 1984 movie, while the women have newer items because they're from the 2016 reboot. And during Chapter 3, there was one secret that had everyone guessing. On a cabinet at the Joneses POI, you could find a giant blue cube which looked identical to Blevin from the End event. Next to it were some dice colored purple and yellow which matched the rest of the cubes, as well as a mysterious red version that we still haven't seen. One feature that Epic never needed to add left us all feeling a little disappointed. After we got to tame wolves and boars, we could ride them all over the map, but if you died in battle or replaced them with another animal, they'd end up heartbroken. But only the most dedicated fans of Attack on Titan spotted this secret about Levi. Wait a while in the lobby, and you'll see he picks little things off his jacket and brushes his clothes. Seems like a normal idle animation, but this is a clever reference to how he's a clean freak in the show. And the next time you go up to a vending machine and speak to Lana, try using the crowning achievement emote. She'll have a unique line reacting to it, and it even changes depending on what she's selling. Not the only AI that has some hilarious speech, because half of the bots in the game have great references. From Athena or Apollo asking which chapter's map you prefer, to references from famous literature like Double Plus Good for 1984. If you travel to places like Kenjutsu Crossing, you can find these gongs hanging on a stand. It looks like a standard prob, but hit it and it'll actually ring.
Nice.
Not a sport, but softball is, and it's officially in Fortnite. Back in Chapter 3, Jones confirmed the IO has a team for each department at HQ, even the Doomsday Division.
Oh man, their softball team is awful, but they will one day destroy us all, so kind of a wash.
And if you want to keep track of time while you play, equip Ludwig's Clockwork Backbling, and it'll show you your real local time on the clock. Pay attention next time you're watching the Spy's launch trailer. As we're introduced to each agent, their description pops up. But when Midas appears, his description changes gold exactly as the narrator says.
Midas, a mastermind with the golden touch.
And I bet you never noticed there are laws in Fortnite. When you visit any of the hotels or the pool, you might spot a rules sign. It says some obvious stuff like no diving, alcohol, or weapons, but then they finish off by saying you can't even have fun. There's also more signs warning you against peeing in the pool. If you're not a fan of swimming, maybe you prefer driving around on a Segway. This emo was part of the Battle Pass in Chapter 3 Season 2, but little did anyone know that it was actually an official collab. Some players have pointed out that Paradigm might have a hidden reference on her face. Since she's the pilot of the mech, it's pretty interesting that she has a scar on the same eye as the robot. But it could all just be a coincidence since the mech's head is originally based on Cuddle Team Leader with the exact same scar. If you want to sit down to relax, there's actually a hidden difference between the two animations. Males will often sit with their legs on one knee while females cross them over completely. But if you're sitting around a campfire, just make sure you're not roasting a llama. In the old jungle biome, Epic hit a small tribal village, and you could literally find a llama skeleton being cooked on the fire. It was horrifying. They didn't exactly stop with the creepy secrets either. If you paid a visit to the Herald Tree and listened carefully, you could hear her spirit still breathing from within. We all know the High Stakes Club for vampire hunting teenagers, but they were also super fans of Starfang, a secret vampire. So if you spoke to her NPC as each of them, you'd actually get special dialogue. And if you went back after they found out she's a vampire, she turned against them. We have had so many villains in Fortnite, but I don't think anyone expected Palpatine himself to speak in the Star Wars event, which was actually canon in the movies and is even mentioned in the opening crawl. Still not the craziest collab, because Kirby once accidentally appeared in the trailer for Party Royale. Epic has never had a crossover with Nintendo, so they actually blurred it out of the video. A trailer secret you can still find today is right at the start of Chapter 2's launch. As it zooms out of the black hole through endless space, the camera actually flips 180 degrees, because of course, we went to the other side before returning again in Chapter 3. Even simple trailers have hidden lore, and that's especially true with the Slurp Legends pack. When the three of them enter the test and come out as Slurp monsters, you can see Chaos Agent in the background, the mastermind behind the experiment. This is the Bash Burner pickaxe, so while the fire is pretty tiny, it's easy to miss a mind-blowing detail. When you step into water, it'll extinguish the flame, and this works for all cosmetics. The tactical shotgun has been in the game for years, but nobody paid attention to this tiny green monitor on the side. If you zoom really far in, you'll notice it's playing a game of Snake. Everyone loves Baby Yoda, and it's easy to sit there and watch him be adorable, but if you wait long enough, he'll pull out random objects like the ball from the Razor Crest or a bowl of soup. Speaking of backblings, Skull Trooper set includes Ghost Portal, and it turns out this actually releases the spirits of other skins like Rex, Bright Bomber, and Rustlord. Make sure to look closely the next time you reload, because every bullet you put in your weapon can be customized. Depending on the wrap you've equipped, the bullet will change too. If you take Rocket Raccoon along for the ride, he is very interactive, from holding his breath underwater to spitting at people when you're knocked. An amazing detail can be found on Mancake, more specifically his head. In a match, the sun is glaring right at you, and with each passing minute, the butter will melt, getting smaller and smaller until it's completely gone. But I feel bad for the Stringles pickaxe. If there's one thing guitars are known for, it's getting smashed. Hitting things not only breaks the guitar, but his face becomes more and more bruised as you do it. A detail nobody talks about was that Steamy Stacks in Chapter 2. We knew this thing was powered by Kevin, but the POI was full of subtle details. I mean, look at the bushes. Leading up to the entrance, they are all cubes. If you find yourself in shadow mode, lurking in the sideways, or even with an alien parasite on your head, make sure to turn on voice chat, because You'll sound like this when talking to your teammates. Midas is known for his golden touch. In fact, it spreads to every weapon or item he holds. But what happens when he's wearing gloves? On the Bodyguard LTM, every skin gets a pair of gloves, and when it comes to Midas, his gold touch stops working. It's just like the marshmallows and the toasty roast emote. If you spend a long time holding them over the fire, they burn out and need replacing. But you might need that fire to warm yourself up, because did you know that when you stand in a cold area, you can see your own character's breath? And there are some secret messages hidden in the license plates of your favorite Fortnite cars. The whiplashes are super fast, of course, while sedan beats walking. Taxis are harder to figure out, but it's a reference to the Power Play radio station. Their pickup trucks are grisly, and even though police cars are gone, they had laws written on the back. If you use the popcorn emote while standing in water, they'll float on the surface for a second. In replay, you can see that your character is actually pushing the accelerator and brake pedals while you're driving. When it comes to a tank, you literally control it with levers from the inside. You would never see this in a normal game, and Fortnite added it anyway. Running over leaves in Chapter 4 will make them fly around, but this has been happening for a while, just not the way you think. In previous seasons, this would happen with confetti, where walking through it would cause it to have physics. I'm more impressed by the fact that Midas's golden touch extends past weapons and items. It turns out gas pumps also turn solid gold. It's not as subtle as the audio in Fortnite, which has an insane attention to detail. Every footstep you hear in the game is different. The obvious ones are when you're walking on different terrain, like roads, sand, and snow. But the type of shoes you wear also change it. Heels make different footsteps to something like boots. There are plenty of guns that are modeled after real-life weapons, and they work the exact same way. Shooting them actually makes the bullet casing fly out and land on the floor, and your character has proper trigger discipline while reloading. Once you use those bullets to eliminate someone, make sure to check out the kill feed because there's some secret
I'm gonna get a, The hardest thing is to get started.
There's some secret messages that only appear for special deaths. Dying on a shop shopping cart says, you shop till you dropped. Being crushed by the police car junk riff means you arrested yourself. If you somehow get run over by your own quad crasher, you forgot to set the parking brake. I feel like nobody would have noticed. can see their logo on the back, and instead of hearts or spades on the front, it's all of their symbols and glyphs. We're all familiar with the food fight between Durr Burger and Pizza Pit, but there's one rivalry that a lot of people missed. In Butter Barn, you can see that Mancake had a wanted poster of Guaco with a bounty reward of 100 million. If you've ever wondered how Fortnite managed to make a pizza so healthy that it heals you, it's actually because of the toppings. Open up the box and you'll see slices of slurp mushrooms on all the pieces. Another amazing attention to detail has to do with John Wick. Whenever you equip him in the lobby, you'll notice that he has his iconic silenced pistol from the movie. This gets even better with the skin, because if you use the damage style and the bulletproof emote, it makes the bullet casings fall off of his suit. If you watch the trailer for Vibin and wonder why Vader used the Force on his own stormtrooper, it's actually so he's tall enough to go on the ride. A clever reference to this line from the movie.
Short for a stormtrooper? Huh?
But did you know there's one emote that lets you fail at dancing? When you do Slap Happy, there's a small chance that the music will be out of tune and even the crowd will boo you. But to spot this next secret, you'll have to own 2 different skins. We all know that Midas and Oro have the same scar, but the mystery only gets deeper when you notice he has the same ring and pattern on his Midas Rex suit. One of my favorite details is found when you equip the Lack Pack. On the side of the carton is a missing poster for Jonesy, which is from when he entered the loop and got trapped. One of the most relatable emotes is Snackin'. We've all tried to throw food in our mouths only to fail, and Epic knew this. If you wait long enough, your character will try and just completely miss. One of the hardest weapons to find has a story that's been hiding in plain sight. Marksman 6-shooter was an exotic for a few seasons, but if you zoomed in, you notice tally marks all over it. It's meant to be a Western weapon, so this could be for days spent in prison or for how many people it's taken out. Something else Epic put way too much time into is the Uncharted collab. If you watch the movie, you'll know the treasure map was based on the same one they steal, but in Fortnite, they replaced the real world with a Chapter 3 island, so it fit a little better. Since there's so many loading screens in the game, it's nearly impossible to spot all the hidden secrets, but there's one in particular where Fortnite decided to go all out. The Parallel Universe was exclusive to the crew, but teased things like the Alien season, Vox Hunter, and even the Foundation's banner. Our next detail revolves around one Fortnite trailer where if you blink, you'll miss it. The video for Imposters shows a janitor about to clean Jones's office, but pause and you'll notice it's all cracked and broken. You're wondering why? It's the same wreckage caused from the Galactus event. Midas is known for 3 things: the Golden Touch, the Device event, and being eaten by a shark. But it turns out Epic secretly teases fate the whole time. If you take a look at Midas's tattoos, the one on his wrist has a shark about to bite. He's also the one who gave us this POI, so it was a fitting way to go. One of my favorite details is on the Barat skin. I mean, this whole outfit is insane, but there's something you can't see from the front. You gotta turn him around, and the design on his hat will reveal itself. I know at first it looks like nothing, but look closer and yeah, it's a hot dog. Genius. A detail I bet you never noticed involves the Mandalorian. We all remember getting aimbotted by this guy in Chapter 2, and they even gave him a Mando's Bounty LTM. But it turns out that his armor was different based on what mode you were playing. In regular games, he looks like this, while the Mando's Bounty gives him full Beskar. But back to Chapter 4, we are days away from getting a new weapon, the Toggle Zoom DMR. This was first spotted in the trailer, and if you look closely, it has Gotcha painted on the side with a little smiley face. Pretty cool considering that's exactly how it feels to snipe someone. There's even a reference to the Imagined Order hidden away in LEGO Fortnite. When exploring your world, you can find randomly generated structures like villages, caves, or broken down houses, but one of them is insanely rare to find, the IO Bunker. It's the classic hatch from Chapter 1 and 2, and now people are starting to discover them in LEGO. If you picked up the Lil Wheelie emote recently, you will appreciate its hidden design. Look at the bike from the front, and yup, that's the Devourer. You can even spot his teeth behind your knees. Speaking of throwbacks, we've been looking at Meowscles wrong this whole time. When you're flexing your muscles, he's not just kissing them for fun, he's actually kissing the Lynx tattoo in his arm, which is super adorable. On the topic of loved ones, Brutus has a similar detail. For years he was covered up, but then Summer Brutus dropped, giving us a first look at his tattoos. 3 of them are dedicated to his mom, with her name on his arm, then these designs which say Mama's Big Baby and Love Mom Always. How sweet. Kinda like Firework Team Leader's back bling. It's a couple of fireworks and a hat, but if you zoom all the way in, they have special branding with artwork we have never seen before, like Starstruck, Dino Rock, and Bright Bomb. An impressive fact is how Fortnite's reloads are insanely realistic. If you have a shotgun and empty the shells, you would think that canceling the animation would just let you do it over and over. Well, that's until you restart, and the game remembers that the gun is already out of bullets. Now, Season 4 has a hidden detail that you would never expect, and it's hiding in the basement of Fish Thick's house. Underneath the gym, you'll discover an aquarium full of tiny fish. Are these his children or his pets? I don't know what's more terrifying. He's not the only person who's super buff either. The Hulk is ripped, and he has the receipts to back it up. If you use the Smash emote, his back muscles actually flex. Kinda crazy that someone spent their entire workday on this. But here's another buff character, Meowscles. So do all these guys go to the same gym or something? Actually, no, because Meowscles has a private room on the yacht, and when you explored it, the details were incredible. Look at this dartboard where he spends his time aiming at Doggo. I guess the famous cats vs. dog rivalry even exists in Fortnite. If you want to play as other animals like a snake or an eagle, use Maeve. She can shapeshift into a ton of wildlife, and every time she switches, a different part of her tattoo will light up. And make sure to look at Sarah Connor because even diehard fans can't spot this detail. Just underneath her vest, you can barely make out a bandage on her shoulder blade. It is really subtle, but this is accurate to the movies where she was injured by the T-1000. Always fun to see R-rated movies in Fortnite, and it's actually not that surprising. There were adult themes on license plates back in the day like Pimpins. I also love ones like Open Tailgate, Lil Wagon, and Elevator. But have you ever paid attention to Fortnite's logos? They put a ton of thought into things as simple as Guaco's Tacos. It's easy to miss the hidden message here, but look at the C and O. They go together to make an actual taco. So to burn off those calories, wear the soccer skins. Once you've equipped these, they will default to the number 14. Feels a little random until you realize why. There are 14 days in a fortnight. I love it when they add things that most people don't even think about, like the Enhanced Infiltrator's design. If you're not wearing a wrap, it looks like this, which is pretty random for a generic shotgun. Except this ain't your regular shotty. The fish skeleton actually belongs to a character. Equip fish stick and then switch his edit style, and there you go, this is his shotgun. Now take a look at Chapter 4's map. Some POIs have random shapes, and others are specifically designed that way, like a relentless retreat that was an eclipse. Fortnite has been doing this for a long time, whether it's a fish-shaped island or a heart in the ocean. That brings us to Chapter 1, where Frosty Flights actually had a secret detail. Some players believe this part of the island is shaped like a penguin, and honestly, I can kinda see it. There's also some secrets in Fortnite Festival. Load into the main stage, and before you cue your songs, take a second to explore the theater, cause there is an evil plot hiding behind you. Head up into the left stands, and you can find a bird and cat plushie who are